Start playing from the start. Unbreakable, Speckled band.
狭い部屋の片隅、深い闇の中でホームズと私は息を潜めて待っていた。
I need to get a drink out there.
やがて通気口からシューシューと低くうなるような音が聞こえてきた。その瞬間、突然ホームズが飛び出して闇の一点をステッキで鋭く打ち据えた。見たかワトソン。ホームズの張り詰めた声が空気を震わす。私がランプの遮光板を上げると部屋の情景がぼんやり浮かび上がった。ホームズは部屋の隅を睨みつけて私に向かってつぶやくように言った。被害者が死の間際に言い残したまだらの紐という謎の言葉、その恐ろしい正体こそがこいつだったのだよワトソン。そこには巨大な毒蛇が牙をむき威嚇するようにトグロを巻いていた。それは世にも恐ろしいまだらの紐だった。
Okay.
それでは謎解きを始めるとしようか。この奇怪なる殺人事件、その真相をね。失礼。犯行時、扉は内側から缶抜きがかかっていた。
Yes, the real astronaut was the friends we made along the way.
犯行の際、この現場は完全な密室状態だったわけだ。被害者は死の間際にメッセージを残したようだ。
Papapo. It says Pepapo. Pepipo. Like kimono friends. Pepipo.
ロシア語。どうやら被害者はロシア人ということか。文字に全く乱れは感じられない。被害者は相当意志が強かったのだ。見たことのない妙な文字だな。
Akerena. It means don't open.
とは明らかに違う。いや、これはむしろ人種が違うと断言してもいいかもしれない。
Is that not the coolest revolver?
札を貼ったのは犯行時間の直前。
It's Spray's fingerprint revealing. He has X-ray vision.
これは。一体貴様は何なんだ。好き勝手しやがって。そうです。海洋警察が到着するまで現場に手を触れず待つべきだ。その必要はない。どうやら今から5秒以内に諸君を犯人に紹介できそうだ。バカを言うな。
バカな。
しかも奇怪な密室殺人だ。それでは密室の謎、その封印を解くとしましょうか。
しましょう。本日を見せてあげるわ。
一体君は何者なのだ。僕は大英帝国が誇る世界の名探偵。
Everyone, meet
シャーロック・ホームズ。
Sherlock Holmes.
知らないとか。
Best character in the game. Oh, second best. Susato-san is the best. Ugh, my head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Wait, I can't move. Shackles. Gah, what the? Why am I in handcuffs? So, you wake up now, huh? Oh wait, wrong person. We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You found me then? We found you, and now you pay, criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, Ugh, sorry. Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that? Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato? Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Cosmo? Ha! You pretend you do not know? You are a wolf in the sheep's bed. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Here, in this very cabin, that was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you are doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be! Maintaining the mentor dies trope in his attorney. And these handcuffs. Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please! No. No! Kazuma, it was just 2 short weeks ago. You sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was gonna die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you. Emotional damage. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Pain peckle. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. Get the feeling those Russians won't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about the time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yeah, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. It'll be fine. I'll tell you what. Why don't you write "keep out" or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. We'll leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. Duh, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. That's not what I meant. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but... murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san, please. Please tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there is something I would like to ask of you too. Ugh, those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. Kazuma's death. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream? And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died? The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course, he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then? That's true, yes. About the incident. Can't anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand! Why would I know him to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please, whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Card captors of the Clo expect the unexpected now? Clow? Oh, card captors of the Clow expect the unexpected now. Oh, yes, it was, but... He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning, he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at this cabin door? I wonder. I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside, there was Kazuma-sama, collapsed on the floor. And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me too, trust me! Now I've told you everything that I know, so it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. My head feels so heavy, it's still throbbing like anything. Stowaway. Why are you even on board the ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes, I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No, that would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. No, you cute, you cake. I want cake now. Cosmo, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? that you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it, I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then... Then what? Yeah? Nothing. Forget it. Susato is sad. Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yeah, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Susato-san? I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on the ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right, yes. Word perfect, in fact. Last night, what happened? If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin? Well, thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I... fell asleep. Well, yeah. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed? Well... yeah. I know it sounds unbelievable, really, I do, but it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really? Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please, forget it. Zato-san, you have to believe me! I didn't do it! I really don't want to doubt you, but the trouble is, there is no one else who could possibly have done this. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? Can't take this! Don't try to go anywhere. You are the perpetrator of this crime. You cannot leave. I cannot allow that to happen. I'm sorry, but Cosmo was killed right under my nose here. And I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Cosmo's life and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Hi-ya! What the? That was a Susato takedown. Susato what? What martial arts form is that? I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry? Prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to... Have you forgotten already what you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. Ah, I see. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Suzato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Paper seal. Whoops. Is it? Hi! Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, Was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes, it was. I remember clearly. I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there, just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? My legs are weak. Your throw too heavy. Well, in light of that evidence, I do not see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here, at least. Thank you, so you finally believe me? I am sorry, no. What? I am not sure yet. I cannot rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position. What does she think I am, a magician? For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work. Please, don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh, okay. I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I would not want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death! Investigation, begin! First off, statue. The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they've all toppled the same way. And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well. Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf had been ransacked and everything mown down at once. I wonder if perhaps it was Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training, do you think? I seriously doubt it. Then perhaps it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. Oh dear, that won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Susato-san? Whenever I am examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Ah yes, that's not good. I do not suppose you are as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? I'm sure you're careful to look all around using the 4 key and the 6 key, aren't you? Now, let us investigate all corners of this cabin. Yes, let's do it! I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. Ink bottle. Well, actually, let's look at the box first. What does she want to me to do with your forky? Oh, forky! Ah, forky. I mentioned earlier she made your legs weak. She said, here's the forky, now you can have your spaghetti. It's a very large traveling case, is it not? Yes, carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Ah yes, I see it says, this way up, in Japanese. Which, in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign cavemen wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor, and here I was like a washing machine. I know how people in Blade and Soul feel when they fight a soul fighter. They're inside the washing machine, and it just doesn't stop, and it keeps spinning, and everything is horrible. Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. Desk. This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Kazuma, he didn't even make it to his destination. It looks as though the last entry is incomplete. Which means, what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. Hey! That is out of the question. What? Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? Alright, I won't read it. Poor Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either, but in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Examine the sticky. Did Kazuma write that before he died? It looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk down when he collapsed on the floor. Baby ball. Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. Suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments, was he? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. I do not think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-kun. What? Then what language is it? It pains me to admit it, but I do not know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? It means Peppy Pop. Peppy Poppy Pop. Poppy Pop. Okay. There's a vent up there. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to. You are right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps it is so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough. Or something like that. I suppose. Maybe that's it. Bleh! Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. Literally just teleported onto the desk. As far as I can tell, it looks like he may be European. Okay. Or European. Oh, how did he... You've noticed the man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks sus and tall. Sus tall! Naruhodo-san, do not tell me. Do you really not know who that is? It means I'm trapped in the sword. Well, no, I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. Is he investigating Kazuma's desk, or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him. Am I just imagining it, or does Suzuki-san look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press Z on people while they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them. Alright then, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Oh, please do. I like how he just literally teleports in and he's just like, derp. Excuse me. Excuse me, have a moment? Shh! This is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Greetings! I hope I haven't kept you long. Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior? What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? It feels like he's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry? Huh? What? And now, whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Well, that part's true at least. But how? How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary. Huh? You lived 16 victims of assassination in your wake and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. What? And when the bereaved occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Now you see why he's like the second best character. His personality is just off the wall. It's so off the wall. To be clear, you are talking about me, aren't you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I don't even see one person who fits the bill. So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama. What? And you're plotting a revolution too. It's shameful behavior, Naruto-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen, there's no way. Across the room this time. Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is madness. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head. But of course. But was I not right? Whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? Well, yes, maybe. And there you have it, you see. What do you make of that? Yeah. Are my deductions truly not the stuff of legend? Well, to be honest, the ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of the murder, so I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with a brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right. I don't think you introduced yourself. My apologies. How remiss of me. Hat tip. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to women and men the world over. The inimitable Sherlock Holmes. So, it's really you, the actual Sherlock Holmes? The very same. The inimitable, actual Sherlock Holmes. Do you know this guy, Susato-san? The most famous detective in the world? Naruhodo-san, of course I do. There's nobody who has not heard of him. What planet have I been living on, then? We must ask him what he's deduced. I will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Converse. Great detective, quote unquote. So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one, the only, Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I see. You're German. Herlock, was it? No, I have no her. I mean, I have hair. Please, just call me Holmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Oh yes, Ranced magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Ah yeah, here it is. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories. Oh wait, this is... Oh, so you're the protagonist in a series of short stories then? Indeed I am. And you read so many of your own stories, you've started to think you really are a detective. Savage. Why don't you say this out loud? It would be so much better. Make no mistake, I'm not the poor, deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Backward. My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Yeah. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy as of late. Of course, why, at this very moment, I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal cloud. Really? I can't work out whether I should take this guy seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. A science? Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in a subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin. All these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deductions from these data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. Flip the hat. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can he look me in the eye and claim this? The audacity of this guy. So you see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction. And fame. That is what makes me the one and early Sherlock Holmes. Okay. What about Cosmo's death? What do you know? Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. Of course, it was none other than the great detective before you know, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of you. When I became anxious about Cosmo-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective, Sherlock Holmes, was on board. And the handcuffs seem to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. The very moment I laid out on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh, really? Two facts, you say? What are these two facts? We also need to talk about your deduction just now, but let's start with the facts. Mr. Sholmes, tell us please, what two facts were apparent to you when you came into the cabin this morning? Ah, yes, but first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The two facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Sholmes, what made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. Poppy pop. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think that Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, obviously Russian. Kazuma was Russian, was he? Initially, I considered Garderobe might be the name of the killer. A certain Robert Gard, perhaps. But in the interest of the thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least. Where he found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Quite so, I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? It makes my head hurt. I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim in the message that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yeah, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yeah, thanks. The photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all of that? Ah, yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? Well, certainly if it interests you. How many times I'm not Russian and I don't speak it? Can we talk about your deduction before the things you concluded without me, I mean? After we finish talking to Sholmes, we'll probably be done for the day. The most famously accurate troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part? Ah, yes, the most sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads: Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night, the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma a Russian? What is wrong with you? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was of the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, villain Bolshevik. No. How could it be me? I don't look anything like this guy. Look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Of course, therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Please, no more. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? That's because I'm a stowaway. Please, someone put me out of my misery. End me here. No more. What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower? Ah, yes. The journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all of his particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far, and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters? I wonder. And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clear stated here in the article. Bolshevik has recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is this place anyway? I don't know. I don't care. This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself, as a little memento of this grand deduction. Oh, okay, thank you. I guess. I don't know how to feel. I've observed all the areas of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. The article about the revolutionary has been entered into the court record. And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back? Cast your eye over it sometime if the interest takes you. Though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt to glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. What you were just investigating. Before we started talking, you were examining Cosmo's desk, weren't you? Cosmo? Ah, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Flip. Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. There's a book. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London Diary. Cosmo's keeping notes of the trip. Ah, but I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic! And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. Quite. You mean you've read it already? Of course. It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Susato-san? Aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruhara-san. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair! Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese? A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado, naru. I trust you're suitably impressed. As someone who speaks Japanese, this hurts my soul too. But this diary is littered with complicated characters, of which I can read precisely none. So what was all that showing off about before then? If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. Much obliged, my dear madam. The final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. Whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Casima's diary has been entered into the court record. How wonderful. So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being at least. Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writing in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe. And if I am still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose you're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate, hence the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, these... After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No. There's no point trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. Huh? You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Oh, that's very, very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? Not really. So what, were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate for me. Now he's just being pretty rude. I shall teleport away now. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. No, Hodo-san, what are you just standing there for? We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? Hey, After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate? Ugh. As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea. The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this, and to bring the real culprit to justice. Excuse me? Whoa. I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Would you mind if I investigated a little outside? Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it's not true, I see. He's like, oh, you got jokes, huh? Alright. Sorry? The criminal asking prison guard to help him escape? Very funny. We're in the middle of the sea. There's no chance of me escaping. Niet. You stay in this cabin until next port. Then it is up to Hong Kong police to decide what they do with you. You stay. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Don't hurt me. There's no point trying to appeal to this man's better nature, that's for sure. Sword and the chicken leg. That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on his trip. I suppose that just shows how important it was to him. And now he's gone. But I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. That's my dinner from last night, a roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor? I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate at the table, of course. Duh. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. So he didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no, does that mean poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on this earth with an empty belly? No, not like this. It's just too horrible. Ugh. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Blech. Let's see. We have a sign. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Berea. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. Let me examine that. We need to check this out. What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two. The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him. Would he? And the mark beside it. What is it, I wonder? It has a sort of brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. It is the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. Ah, no. No! Okay. Let's check this. This is... yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? Oh, that's that's you, Nevada Joe? No. It's Russian. You're not Russian. I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really? That sounds almost magical. Oh. Shall we give it a little try? Yes! In the interests of cultural research, obviously. The tension's mounting. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people. No. I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. Sad face. Okay. I'm trying to think of what else we use. The broken lock. When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open,
bolt had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt and not particularly sturdy. It just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel, the culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from outside the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. Glare. When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles again. Oh, new person materialized. Oh, look over there. The crewman, do you mean? He wasn't there before, was he? That's what I thought. Why don't we try talking to him? Probably because I'm likely to get yelled at again. I suppose I could try. Talk. Is something wrong, Naruhiro-san? Oh, no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir.
Yes, what can I do for you?
I recognize that face, but it can't be. I'm gonna die. It is! I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga.
Hello again.
What are you doing here?
I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped.
Nearly stopped, I hope.
I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board the ship. Again.
You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector.
If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask.
I never expected to see this man on board. But perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. Converse. Special orders? What do you mean? So what are they this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew?
I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility.
For what?
My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated.
Assassinated? How could that even have been a possibility? What do you mean?
I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Mr. Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities.
This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated?
Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew.
I know, he technically shouldn't have a British accent, but I think it helps to distinguish him from the other characters. And it's an easier one for me to do since he shows up. I see.
And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night. Every day. I was in the cupboard, watching. When he was in the bathroom, I was watching. When he attended to business, I was there, watching. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Not here on the first class deck. How could I have been so foolish?
I've failed miserably at my assignment. Mr. Gisan is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace! All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector? So if there's anything at all I can do to help now, just say the word! Okay. Can we have permission to investigate, please? We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not! We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how. There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san. By presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Evidence? It's just the same as when you are in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use. So, evidence that will give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright, yes. I think I might know what we can use. Let's see if I can present the evidence he needs. In this case, it's Kazuma's diary, because he found the speckled band right before he died. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Speckled band? That is strange. Oh, Agile, is, like, my voice okay with the volume of the game? Let me know if it's, like, too loud or too soft. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that, but what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins the next door cabin. That's right, so if we can investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. Really? I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't move those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? A man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just select move and we can leave this cabin at last. Alright, let's see what we can find. Dun, 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 dun. First and foremost, we must get out of this cabin. We now move to the first-class passageway that connects the first-class cabins on the SS Buria. The 9th of January, 7:48 a.m. SS Beria First Class Cabin Passageway. Phew, I'm finally out of the cabin. Have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be, and this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on this study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there. That's another crewman keeping watch, and he looks enormous, even if he is sitting down. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who should not. I suppose, like people in handcuffs. Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy store for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, yeah, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Cosmo's trunk when I first came aboard, and ever since then I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. Please, don't give me that pitying look. Let's examine. Let's start with the crewman. Excuse me, but could I ask you something?
You little stowaway murderer!
Oh, that wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I am so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you?
You little third-class ladies' maid!
Oh god, he's so rude. Also, that voice kind of hurts my throat. Oh. We seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Susato-san.
I am not sailor. My mother gave me name.
Ow. I might need to, like, lighten his voice a bit. I don't know if I can keep doing this one.
I am senior crewman, Baby Stroganoff.
Phew. The best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Let's talk about the first class cabin area. Maybe I'll give him the other, like, lighter Russian accent. I want to have them, like, have two different ones. Mr. Stroganov, about this first class cabin area.
Here we are in finest part of Boria steamship for very important persons.
What sort of very important persons?
Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret. Many important persons. That is why I'm always guarding this place.
Gosh, that's amazing.
But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in the ocean, but Stroganov is not animal.
Thank you? Does he? If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Osogi's currently occupied?
Da.
Susato-san, did you understand that? It sounded like da. I think it's probably Russian for yes. Or no?
Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation.
Oh? Well, it sounds like there's somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. Let me get a drink. I'll need that to keep doing this guy's voice. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Osogi's?
His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. He is very important Western gentleman.
A Western gentleman?
Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy.
How can you be so sure about that?
Mr. Royal is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly students from insignificant forest islands.
Ow, that was harsh. Why are you so mean? Mean. Oops, sorry, accidentally. I'm trying to hit history, but okay. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylock came aboard?
That is not your business.
Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Cosmo's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there. Oh? Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important. Is that right?
That is not your business.
Okay, meanie. I don't like you. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff?
The whole time, so criminals like you cannot come in or get out.
Oh, that one hurt. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all?
It is sad about student boy.
Were you on watch last night as well?
Of course.
And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual?
Niet!
Suzato-san, did you understand that? It was clearly a no.
I saw nothing unusual, nothing at all.
And you didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything was wrong in some way?
I said no!
Sorry, don't hurt me. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. And with that, we are done talking to Stroganoff, it looks like.
This is enough. I cannot see more now.
Oh.
It is time for me to report to cabin. You must return to cabin.
It's a cabin twice. I will report to the cabin. You must return to it. Yes, alright. Now I just have like this image of him like arms folded, standing imposingly, glaring at the wall of like an empty room and being like,
I issue my report now. Walk to second class area, staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain, or as English say, when the pigs fly.
that is an interesting turn of phrase. I don't remember this. Oh! Yes, I understand. Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. Ambient hum of the engines roars as we look around the ship. The first thing that catches our eye is a blue book. That book on top of the table there really is huge. There's a pen with it too. Yes, I'm sure that's the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Diagram of the ship. This looks like a plan of the SS Beria. It shows each jack. Look. The Beria is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering! Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of an ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. It is? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan? Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than this ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. There's a bell. What do you think this ring? No. It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? Those curves, so perfectly spherical. I don't know what's wrong with me today. That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best to not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm rings ring all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, this I have to see. What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it! No. No touchy. But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop, the ship included. Feeling pretty emo right now. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. Is that like a mousetrap? Why is there like a random like mousetrap? Ah, a trap for catching mice. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what is called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese? I wonder what this tastes like. This fermented mammal liquid. Solidified gestating mammal liquid. What is this? You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really? But I want the solidified gestating mammal liquid. But I suppose you're right. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Cosmo's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. I'm starving. Poor you. I'll find a little snack for you later. Susato-sen is the best. We next examine the first door on the left. First class cabin number 1. Yep, that's our cabin. Not our cabin. It's Kazuma-sama's. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? Jeez, small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. These cabins are the finest on the ship. My own cabin in steerage is number 539, by the way. 500? And how many cabins are there? Pog, so many. Okay, this is the door that we want to go in. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask! Banging on the door. Bang on it some more. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Stand aside. I'm about to break the door down. Mr. Sholmes. I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What prey can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. open the door to find... in the first class item number 2? Someone with a scissors and knife! Well, just the scissors.
Who are you?
A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream.
Woman, don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody here but me in this cabin.
True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed?
Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roulette, I believe? Yes, that's me. And you are? I am the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt.
No. Just the flat no.
I am a great detective among great detectives, one who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely.
The man uses that magazine like a business card.
A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So, might I be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid! How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that?
Flip that.
Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk.
That'll glare at Naruhodo-san.
Don't look at me!
Oh? Oh my! Did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yeah, the case just shook. Leave now, otherwise I'll call the steward.
So this is Cosmo's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something. Oh, he does have a Russian accent. Okay. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. Same thing. I'm gonna go right past... Bruh, why are you sitting in the wardrobe? I swear, this man is gonna be the death of me. I am face palming right now. I don't know how to feel about this. This is just emotional damage. Every time he appears in the scene. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes?
You need only address me as Sholmes.
That's what I just did, isn't it? No, you added Mr. Don't be so respectful.
Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course.
Resting?
Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of deduction into service.
Oh!
And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. And am I mistaken?
Oh, no, actually, you're spot on for once.
Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Royalt, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what that is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why, the truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians.
Right.
Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it?
Oh, yes, please.
Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you.
For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. I love these. These are the best part of the game. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time it occurs to me. That is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? What? That's racist, actually. I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you, or anyone. My thoughts exactly. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes... I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially in first meeting, but I once read... It is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. Shh, shh, shh. I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I've quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached 2 incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number 1, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? And number 2, the other conclusion I've drawn. You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you've been discovered. Does it not? Oh, Naruto-san. I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction. Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What? What ineffable twaddle! Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but all the colors drained from Mr. Roylott's face. It looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How could you? How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then, I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. Here we go, the great deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Old man's identity. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place. I like how, everyone is just like, whoa, where's the spotlight coming from? Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand? Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Gah! Flip that. Regardless, if you will, this morning's newspaper. In particular, the fascinating front page article. Oops, excuse me. Which, it would appear, you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, villain Bolshevik! Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. Conclusion, a revolutionary on the run. We arrive at the second topic, the wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Mr. Ward, taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much eloquently and honestly than the mouth. What? The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps, one slight enough to fit therein. But do you realize how much violation of the conservation of math that have to occur for somebody to be in there? Like, you would be lucky to fit, like, someone's decapitated arms in there, let alone their entire body. Like, even contortionists have bigger chests than that. Don't be absurd. And what, pray, with the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me, we are not both suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless good tour betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Put in perspective. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. For there is another, most stimulating article. Flip that, if we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Renowned Prima Ballerina Vinovich Bullet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can only lead us but to one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Conclusion, kidnapping of a young ballerina. Flip that. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma, Elemensky. Dot, dot, dot. Susato-san. That wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know? But that did seem a little different somehow. Like, in sheer desperation of just, like, she's, that voice and that face, I imagine it's, like, your idol, and then, like, you're, like, have this idol of someone who's, like, the most elegant, most amazing person, and you walk on them, like, with their, like, feet kicked up, and they're, like, picking their nose with their hand, and you're just, and, like, flicking it on to a wall, and they're like, what do you want? And you're just like, my entire ideal of you is crashing down. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here a moment? Flip that. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions, would you mind? Not at all, go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. Ah, yes, I recall our discussion earlier, and at the time I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Rowlett does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. Please, stop giving me a headache. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small! Clearly, what is wrong with you? You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you pushed really hard! I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the cave. Okay. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain litheness in their bodies. Vinegar? Really? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. This whole thing is turning into a circus. Why are you like this? Mr. Nedohodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of the matter almost instantly. It's just when he directs his attention and his logic that seem a little... It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seems a little off. Your idea of a little, maybe a little off itself, Mrs. Otto. It's just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down, so I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some key words in his deductions. Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. Emotional damage. Constantly. At times I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not funny. I want to just go home. I want to play games. I want to take naps. I don't want to be here anymore. Oh, you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? The handcuffs are gone. Where are your handcuffs? Huh? How? When? Where? Why? How did you? What? I felt they might hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. Indeed. Hi, Dia. I'm glad to see you. Thanks for dropping by. I missed you the last stream. How have you been? I'm so happy to see you. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. Flip the hat. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I'm not worried about that. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. On the first topic. I will go through this just like we've already done this the first time, so I'll go through this one a little bit faster. Boom! Slow mode. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though. It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylet either. Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a keyword here, Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps matters. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylet. I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on. Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better, then what? Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylet really going to use those enormous shears for? Rotate. Golden locks! The flowing, elegant golden locks. What the? What's this? It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No. The color is not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylet's head? And how is it growing out from underneath this thick black hair? Well, yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something's definitely not right here. Hi! Yes! Boom! Shatter. Gotta do the snap every time, me too. So, I wonder if you can hear it. I'm like trying to snap close to the mic. I don't know if you can hear it though. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed. You have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush, golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman, and judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one's still very much in her youth. Oh no. If only I managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Hold it. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like we're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed on. It's not like I'm having fun or anything, Baka. This is strictly business. Now strictly cool. Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' induction, shall we? Let's move on. The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now. No, that's true, given that Mr. Roylet is actually a woman. Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the direction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yes. Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try and hide her true identity. I feel as though I've ever read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. Let's, examine this, and then flip it over. This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I. But look at this picture. Perhaps this is about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Oh, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure. It must be an unbelievable sum of money. Happy and confident in your ignorance. Susato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is the property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance at all ports of sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. The article about the ballerina has been entered into the court record. Yes, this is important. Like, you actually do have to do that. Like, if you present the newspaper by itself, it's not enough. You actually have to do this, which is, I think... Hi! Article about ballerina! Because otherwise you would just be agreeing with him. The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. Splendid. Renowned ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Goodbye, Papa! You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. A ballerina on the run. Course corrected. Topic solved. Next, the wrongdoing. No, as for my second conclusion, you are this one. Proof of this crime over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. Flip the perspective. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crimes is before their eyes. It's that traveling case. Hold it! This woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes, so clearly she can't be inside their traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm gonna have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Oh, tiara. Oh. Perspective. Let's rotate it. Wait. Okay, there. The tiara. Let's examine it. Wow, look at that dazzling tiara. I've never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, do you think? Oh, Naruto-san, try it on. What? Me? Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on? Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. Why does this tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently. Hi! Wait! The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. If the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no! Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. God! Straighten up the hat. Cute. She's so cute. I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I will tell you everything. There is no point to hiding it now. Come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. A mystery? What do you mean? Close. You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? I like how she's just like, yeah. Where's the, like, spotlight coming from? It's so cute. I like her. My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case even before I've ever laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited to a lot of crime, are we? Once again, we only follow your furtive glance. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the books on the shelf. Hold it. He's completely changed tack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? It's just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true, but still... Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. And there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. It must be somewhere in the same area if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree, that's the only answer. Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Burya. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. There was exactly the same notice in our cabin, too. I wonder what happens if you break the rules. Oh dear, I'm sure the punishment would be severe, Naruto-san. Invasion of privacy now, detective. Objection! Share the yakisoba! I want yakisoba. If it wasn't so... Wait, technically... Wait, today is Friday. I can order yakisoba! Yay! Yay! I'm gonna order yakisoba after I finish. Oh, I should order it while I'm streaming and then like pick it up like near the end of the stream. Okay. he'd probably be left adrift in the freezing cold ocean, or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end.
So I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I?
Dun, 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 dun. Prison. Hi! Rules of passage. Also, I think the perspective shift so cute.
Yes, the reason why you refused to open your case is written in the rules of passage.
For these, I'll like try to do like a more Naruhodo voice rather than my own, just because I think it's fun.
Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
Oh, that kind of hurts too.
Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel.
Put that in perspective.
That is the real reason why you refused to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case? Is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage a pet?
Also, your cake, isn't she adorable? Possession of a pet of a prohibited animal.
Cases solved. Deduction complete. Elementary.
These are like so fun to do. I love the great deductions. They're so fun.
So clearly you aren't who you said you were.
No, I'm not Grimsby Roylott.
See, she's so cute!
I'm gonna like hug her face. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct.
You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland.
Yeah, she was in disguise. Let me see if I can shoot a picture, since you probably went there for it. She was in disguise like this. She's 15 and she managed to pull off like that good of a disguise. I'm impressed. Be impressed by her resourcefulness.
Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel.
Which couldn't have been easy. The Bray is a huge steamship with a vast crew. She'd really have snuck on board without being noticed?
In order to obscure your true identity, you, somewhat recklessly, took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone.
He's right, like, taking care of my hair. My hair is long too. Like, not as long as hers. It's only like, I would say like maybe midway down my back. It's still like a lot to take care of.
So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair,
who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin?
That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally.
More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I would say like, I don't know, can you see my cursor? On stream? I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. My hair goes to like, right here. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself? So no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man? I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearances completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and...
At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door.
Things happen like that sometimes, don't they?
Things do indeed happen like that, from time to time.
Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew.
Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night.
Yes, alright. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Wasn't it something, Mr. Shun's great deduction?
It was certainly something, yes? I'm just not entirely sure what.
But at least Miss Bozova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible!
Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing.
Oh, yes? What?
Observe your wrists.
What? Your hands are cuffed again. What? When? Why haven't you
True to my word, I've restored your shackles.
When and why? There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment.
Can't it? Really?
Emotional damage, ping pickle. Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Cosmosoma wrote about in his diary really was. You said I sound so happy? Like, at what point? I might be messing up because I enjoy making the noises, but I'm trying to sound upset. But I enjoy making the noises so much. Let's talk about what happened last night. I also am hoping that you can tell the characters apart with the voices. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast.
The man who died, he was a friend of mine.
Oh,
That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night?
perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking?
Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened.
Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done, whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me.
Oh, I see.
Let's talk about you're running away. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet? Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life.
You wish to forget? A challenging proposition, when you have that striking tiara as a reminder.
But the tiara is mine! I need it to live! have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of the ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin.
If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum.
Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo?
Me? Well, yeah, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose your riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Boyer stopped by no port last night.
Ah, that's it, of course.
So, how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard?
Now that I think about it, the crewmates at the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard.
That is not your business.
Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry, what was that? It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel. Eh?
Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid.
Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same.
A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about yours truly. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, in fact.
Yes, yes, Mr. Showy. Sit in a corner. Sit down, doggy. Bad dog.
Anyway, it doesn't appear like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. Let's talk about your friend, then. So, the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right?
I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell! Don't tell any of the crew! If they found my precious... My precious!
Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes.
But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it?
Maybe an adorable little rabbit? You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you?
Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then?
You may well ask. I have no idea.
Dealing with you is a true test of patience.
You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken.
I have no words. This man is so stupid sometimes. Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs. And when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. Oh god, the chicken dance from last night. Oh no, not like this. So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that. Ryunosuke will remember that. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret not to be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. I saw like the edge of this earlier during the great deduction. Let me see. Don't touch! I will tell you what I know about last night, but please, you must not touch my things. How do you say? Forbid it! Oh, sorry. As well you should be, young man. What vulgar manners you have! As Tia was saying earlier, like... Invasion of privacy now, detective. Poking around in a young lady's private belongings? Neither shall I allow it. Grr, you hypocrite! You're the one who was doing it earlier! Oh no, present. Wait. Huh? Huh? Oh, wait, I didn't... Yeah, we can't examine anything because... Oh, I think that's what it is. Oh, no, I just couldn't see the check mark. Okay. Okay. Maybe we show Cosmo's diary? Present! This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads... Oh no, you can't. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, friend. Bye-bye. 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. Now I'm sad. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m., what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I do not understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentioned joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh. Miss Pavlova, has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything. Oh. Knock, knock.
Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Yes, what?
Wow, she's fast. Wow. Wow.
Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. Alright, I will come now.
What?
You must leave, now.
Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roller.
Get out! The passenger sit out, or do you want me to throw you out?
Gah. It looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. Get throwing out. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Puzzleva's cabins, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. To be continued. Gonna quickly go get another water. Be right back. I return. Hoi! Hoi! Okay. Save current progress. Oh no! I'm surprised you could hear that. I didn't think my mic was that sensitive. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clues to what that speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us as to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh, yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. He's a magic man. Let's go back to our cabin. It looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yeah, about that. Oh, I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us, you never know. Oh. He's beat up!
Ah, you're back.
Inspector! What happened to you? Your face is ugly!
Please, don't worry about it. It's just scratches.
Made by a bear, maybe?
When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard.
What?
But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really.
It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Hi, Kachi! How are you? Excitement.
Yes, so I understand.
Oh? I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Scholz. I don't think he was German.
Ah, that explains it.
Shall we?
Oh wait, that's reading escape. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out.
Yes, let's do it. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door?
Oh, do you know who she is?
Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel?
Oops, I think I upset him there.
Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least.
Oh? How?
Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they?
Oops, now I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? I hope your day gets a little bit better, Tachi. And you, Cake, I hope you enjoy this dream and get to laugh a little bit at the antics.
If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job.
Oh, I see.
Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you.
Oh? What?
Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please.
We have new information to learn. What is this new information you have, Inspector?
It's this. The Bayer's medical officer has finished his examination of the body and managed to obtain the report.
Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report? Kazuma-sama? So, what was the cause of death?
Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report.
No, because that would make them cold, and like, you know how I like singing? Generally, like, having cold water is not good for that. So I like to keep my waters room temperature. But my room is also cold, so it's not like it's super uncold.
His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison.
My room is usually like 60 to 70. It's usually 60, but sometimes it gets up to 70 if it, like, it's really, really cold outside and the floor freezes. And I like right now I need to like wash my bedroom shoes. So I'm like keeping the room warm until I get that done.
It turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all.
Well, what weapon was used then?
Nothing has been found as of yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object. Something that wouldn't leave a mark.
Oh, I see. No, I am using Fahrenheit as well. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma.
I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it.
Really? Are you sure?
Yes, it's fine. I trust you.
Aww.
After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I?
Ah! What do you mean that's too hot for your blood? 60 degree, like 15°C is too hot? Like, everyone I know says that 15°C is too low. Like, it's too cold. Like, people don't like being in the same room with me because, like,
if it's a room I have domain over, like if it's my hotel room, like if I'm going somewhere with friends, or if I like am doing something, they're like, this is too cold. I don't want to be here. And so yeah. The postmortem report has been entered into the court record. The great detective you encountered. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he?
Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored.
Did he say anything at all?
Actually, now that you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish! Was all he said.
Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant.
It was when it was over there, by the piece of broken glass. Do you see?
Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think?
Ah, yes, that must be it.
But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish?
That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I've no idea.
Was it what is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? Sort of dark brownish red then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? The mark on the floor has been entered into the court record.
That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head.
Yeah, that might be for the best. Thanks for all your help. Okay. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted.
Oh, no. Well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke up this morning.
A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Okay. Let's go back to the hallway. Had empty, no problem. That'd be nice. And yeah, I'll be done around 9, so I'll come around over that. When is raid? Ah, look, Naruhodo-san. Seaman Stroganoff has gone. Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. All these Russian names are impossible to remember. But... Tra-la-la. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-la, lira-lira-lay. I did it the great detective way! Oh my, the great detective way. This caroling, I know that lark-like voice. Oh, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely, before that stringy knot crewman comes back. It's stroganoff, not stringy knot. Let's go. 9th of January. Look to the side. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. There are now clothes in the cabinet. Susato-san. Oh, where is she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right, for Cosmo's sake. Great big book of everything. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. I suppose every cabin has a wastepaper basket. Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Naruhodo-san. It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone else's rubbish, you know. Gah, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. Emotional damage. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. I won't stop until I've examined every nook and cranny. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. Desk. Just a few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of book she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door, in Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase? I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? After all, she did say she never wanted to dance again. Alright then, it must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage? For pre-stream waiting music? Yes. Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. I'll like try to start next stream like 2 minutes early just to like play a prediction. Clothing. Naruhodo-san, are you there? Sorry, I'm right here, yes. Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Wow, savage! Oh, she's so good at this. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know? Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping you might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. Let's look at the case. Oh my, Miss Pavlova's case is open. It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Her special friend. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Brea. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? It's a saucer. I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Ah, do you think? Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What? A leak? Is the ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is gonna sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? Tea kettle. It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are a very thirsty people. Why? Why? I don't know why that got me. We conclude that the Russians are thirsty. Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. That's racist. Why are you like this? I'm like laughing, but I'm discomforted. Why? You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? Why are you like this? Let's examine the door. Door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anyone could enter the cabin from outside. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnet, so unbolted from the outside. And it seals up perfectly, too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Okay. What are we missing? Bag. Oh no, I already checked the bag. This thingy. There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist! Ding ding. She barely hesitated there. She gave it a good tug too. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to! We're trying to investigate in secret! What's wrong with you? And the grate. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. Yes, although what a foolish shipbuilder there must be to open a ventilator into another room. Ah, maybe. It's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. Okay. I do think that's everything. Yes, exactly. I feel we need to spend a little more time investigating here. Let's go back to the passageway then. Chugga 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 chugga. Whoa! Holmes! Out of nowhere. Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes, look! Well, you never know where he's gonna turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Tra-la-la-li-la-li-la-li, I did it the great detective way. I don't want to actually sing that. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky our luck was around. Excuse me. I solved it all, and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Schultz! What is it? You wanna fight? Put him up, put him up, put him up! Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, I was just about to reach this climactic finish! Sorry, I thought you were never gonna stop, so I figured now is as good a time as any. I've only dropped you to the floor with my famous red hooks! Fisticuffs! Alright, I get the picture. Now, could you please put your fists away? Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's logs as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here. Oh yes, the ship's log. And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 AM this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman off stands sentry in the first-class passageway, and he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report? Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean? Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? Tell me, tell me, tell me, tell me. That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. The ship's log has been entered into the court record. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes. Brilliant! Ha 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 ha. Ooh. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Everyone has a headache. Oh, my friends, until our next encounter. Everyone has a headache. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong, Suzato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just... well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? Do you have any hypotheses about what it could be? Like, why does everyone have a headache? Ding, 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 ding. Ah, what's that? Shut down the engines immediately! Vessel sighted a quarter-mile full! Full stop, hard to starboard! All hands, brace for impact! What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? Oh, I can't stand. Susato-san, hold on to me! Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. It looks like we avoided a collision. I think... as the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello? Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Such you in there, Naruhodo-san! Unbolt the door, quickly! What? The bolt? Look at that! The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... Oh, we have obtained plot crucial information. Also, look at the books. They've fallen over again. So we know now that causing an emergency stop will make everything fall over and bolts all the doors. Just coincidentally, as a side effect of like the ship tilting, like because it's like breaking so hard. Interesting. And look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I'd better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery, at least in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. To be continued. Let's save again. We're making good progress. Investigation Part 3. In Miss Pavlova's cabin. Somehow the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Sato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Oh, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine. Thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? How did that happen? Yo ho ho, take a bite of gum gum. There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought it our ship had. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming, crew are running everywhere. This first-class area is the only... Oh wait, Hosonaga. This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? You wicked intruder, dressed all in black, you are the devil! Sorry? Me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is the first. You opened my traveling case, how could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector!
Yes?
Arrest this man. I know he did it. He is a criminal. It is not enough that he has killed a man.
Duh, and he stole as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe?
Good. Take him away. He is a trespasser as well as everything else.
Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She's right, you are devil.
It doesn't look good, does it?
There is cell below there. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police.
Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do?
This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options.
This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Just need to keep calm and focus on the task at hand, which is investigating. Don't touch my thing!
You want me to show you a crawfish hibernates?
Hi! Suzato, take down. Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think you're doing? Wow, everyone's attacking me and I was just starting to think she was my friend. Is there anyone who can help me out of this mess? Let's talk to Pavlova. Miss Pavlova, can I get out? Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your permission, but get out now. We just needed to investigate in here to help understand what happened to you. I can't read this. I don't know. I can't read it. It's no use. She's not going to listen. I need to find someone who will. Usanaga, maybe?
You've got yourself into a difficult situation here. By entering this cabin uninvited, I mean.
Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue.
I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face will be the least of my worries.
I'm really sorry.
I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. Now this has happened, I'll have to report to the captain at once.
I really need some help here. I need a savior to rescue me from this crisis. Please, just give me a little more time.
I do nothing for you, except show you a way to ship's prison cell.
You spinning things. But I'm innocent, I didn't kill anyone.
And trespassing and stowing away?
Well, you know, sometimes life can lead you down some unusual avenues and, well,
Enough! You are guilty! Ship's cell is only place fit for you.
Come on, there has to be someone, some savior. Guess what? On the wall! Why is he... What the... What are you doing up there? Mr. Schultz? And he has the tiara on.
Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, 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 no.
Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then?
Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine if it would bend the conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce.
I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Pain pebble.
You again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is the report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes,
The case of the curious murder that took place here on this vessel, the steamship Gloria, has been solved by me, naturally. What? What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds, for I'm about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Ha! You have solved it? Even hedgehogs understand this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing student boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is his dog, and he has handcuffs to prove it. But you put the handcuffs on me. Like, that doesn't prove anything. Okay. I didn't do it. Trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because, as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who is inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. The locked room, that is point! The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there's another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator man! The ventilator? Gahaha! You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean? Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling. Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There's a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I'm about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Whoosh! Behold! What the? Python! Big snake. Big snake. До свидания. До свидания? До свидания? Okay, thank you. How did you manage to get the... Did you take a picture and like put it in Google Image Translate? До свидания? Okay. I will remember that. Thank you. Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The Speckled Band! A snake? Indubitably. Oh no. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It's more stripy, wouldn't you say? Ah! Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it a striped band. Wouldn't you?
You both see and observe, with distinction, however. Do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall?
Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? It's a trap! How exactly?
I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova?
I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me.
There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life.
She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Sergei.
Looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head.
The nail in the head. Is that why everyone's stopping? Head is stopping?
I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck.
Long friend! Wiggly friend! Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggly friend!
So now everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to prevent his logic and reasoning spectacular.
Snakes are the wiggly friends.
The game is afoot! Topic 1. Intruder's identity. Miss Pavlova moments ago he claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yes, you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those hard events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death.
This proves that he's a magician. Like, the fact that, like, everyone reacts when the light shines and like, oh my god, how does he do this?
So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this.
Oh, but it does! You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying, but failing to conceal, can only be the snake's sloughed skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin, no?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent slightly descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine what it would be found in the deepest depths of India.
Conclusion, a beloved speckled snake.
Topic 2. How Mr. Soki died.
Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost, but not quite, imperceptible puncture wounds left within the stings will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snakebite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There is no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you invited to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You had the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case, but it's empty. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you'd used to train your serpent friend. To train? Indeed. You'd put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training? It's not true. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. Conclusion: death by a venomous snakebite. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Everyone is speechless. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible! You've solved the mystery! Amazing! Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Sherlock Holmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Holmes? But of course, what's on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, the great big book of everything. Snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madam. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Ah. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Ah. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling. But madam, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute? I think perhaps the performers play their music in times with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There is one other thing. You have more? Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins. Then it should try harder! Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is... even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. Emotional damage. Very effective. Everyone is rendered speechless by Susato-san's flawless logic. I think. We need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh no, you don't mean...
Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be.
I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, right.
So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? Your handcuffs are gone.
You've done it again. Your handcuffs are gone.
Where did they go? Fear not, I shall see they're restored after our work is done.
I really wish you'd leave them off.
Now everyone, let us begin!
Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Hold it. She does have a pained expression on her face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind.
But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it?
Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova. She's got claws on her hands. Oh, Naruhodo-san, look! That looks like a very painful wound. Looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal, and fairly recently too. Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here. Take this! Hey!
Yes, when you recall those hard events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch? Sometime last night?
Ah. When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse.
And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what's the nature?
And then we go back to this part. What is the nature of the intruder? Hold it! It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they do not. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow.
Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers?
We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer.
Ah, look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away.
She is exceptionally beautiful, isn't she?
Yeah, that's true. But personally, It's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this.
Kitty! Kitty! Look at the kitty! Look at the little kitty, she's cuddly. Oh, what a cute little kitten. Could vie with you, couldn't it, Naruhodo-san? For the blackest outfit.
A black kitten. And from the look at this picture, at least Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it.
Hi!
Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear.
Oh no.
The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear. Aren't clear, I think you should say. But what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you?
Dorka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind.
Dorka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations of the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. Whoosh. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
Hold it! Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back.
If she'd just left it in her pocket, no one would ever have known.
Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Sholmes' specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something.
I thought deduction was a specialty, and maybe making me believe that was a ploy too.
Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake.
In which case, just what is she hiding behind her back?
Examine.
Well, it is speckled and it's a band, but what is it?
It seems to be soft and fluffy. A long piece of cloth of some sort. I like fluffy things.
That looks like a handle at one end.
I think it may be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently.
How is that a toy for cats?
Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them, and they pounce to catch it.
Oh, that sounds adorable.
It is! Item renamed. It is now a cat's toy. Present! Hi!
Yes, the thing that you are trying but failing to conceal is, a cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can be only one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return.
Ah.
In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. A truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova.
The photograph of Miss Pavlova and Darka has been entered into the court record. Yay! That was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran out the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she is so naughty. But love it, kitty! Mystery solved. Next up, how Mr. Sogi died.
Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life and why?
No visible signs of injury. Not What Mr. Shum says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body.
That's right, but Mr. Shum seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned.
Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. The autopsy report. Hey! What's my report? Boink!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Oh yes, I knew it was one or the other.
His neck was...
Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that.
Seeming Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know? Rude. Why would being immortal be grounds for being called a freak? Rude. Stupid. Stupid neck.
The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no, could there be?
Yes, deceased body. No. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone.
Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though.
Presumably Darker didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow.
I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident.
Oh yeah, bad fall could explain it.
It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man.
Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened?
Yes. The kitty thingy. We found the scuff mark of him, like, falling over, scraping on the floor. Hi! Yes! Examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively.
This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is the deposit of shoe polish.
Shoe polish?
Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. This guy really carries around devices that can analyze liquids. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Zoe's lace leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Sogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped.
Please, no.
And, by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life.
No. Not like this. I don't know. I don't know anything about this.
Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Sogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But your glance shows the reveal.
Traveling case. No. Hold it. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now is no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it.
I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened.
But
if this part of Mr. Shum's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova's trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. It has to be here somewhere. We already checked the traveling case earlier. It was empty.
Waste paper basket. Let's look in there. I've been trying to look in there this whole time. This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. Aha! Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you. Can we... Oh, I thought it was gonna let me like show that, but I guess it's just this thing. Hey! Boink. Break. That's right. You hid the victim in the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. No. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor of Mr. Soki's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't. I don't know in that hushed Russian accent. In that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell, that would be... It's, the picture. The kitty. Hey! If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka. Emotional damage. Pink pickle. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Mystery 2 solved. Death by tripping over a cat. With this, the case is solved. Deduction complete. Elementary. Imagine. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it. Yes, and I had read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darker with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point... Oh wait, sure. So at that point, you thought it safe to try and lure the kitten back again? By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Cosmo wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... Thud. I nearly passed out of shock. I heard her cry out, and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Cosmo was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seemed likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Birdie is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. Mr. Sergei was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet. The combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator.
Yet Doka is nowhere to be seen.
I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she's disappeared again.
Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least.
When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died, but I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back.
Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right. What is it? The snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board the ship? Oh, I didn't see. Snake is my friend. His name is Prosko. Huh? What? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into his cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Oh, we are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? My dear burly fellow. A gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. More venom. Eh? Perosko does not have venom. He is harmless, very long but very gentle. He is adorable like Granny. It's venomous. Really? Yes. Now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feel him, feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Like they say milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only stupid stories. Perosko eats mouses, big fat round mouses. Oh, so is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. Shones refuses to drink milk, it can't hear a whistle, it can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault, I do not make up stories. My Perosko has nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. He tripped over a cat and died. Imagine, like, being in this situation. Like, your best friend dies and, like, it seems like it's a closed-room murder. You're the one framed for it, and the truth is he just tripped over a cat and died. Like... Miss Pavlova? I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life,
If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. What are you talking about, Miss Mikoto? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. Confess. I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh? I'm only present here for a small time. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Not again. When did he do that? How does he keep doing this? Especially as only risks as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours, was he not? Yes, Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that might be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, let's see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Alright, let's do this. We should ponder first. Is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. It's truly an unfortunate accident. Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. We've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin for the event. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Hold it! Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's what really happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and mystery of the story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. Still couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. Evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. This, the crime scene photograph. Someone actually, wrote with his hands. The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Sogi could have left this message on the floor. That script. It's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem like it. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry? What do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Sogi could have left this message on the floor, and the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything, because he was already dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Sogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So, Suzato-san has noticed it too, then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words... I'm trying to remember. This maybe? This maybe? I don't remember. Let's see. The fact that this was not an accident. His fingers were in blood. Scuff mark implies that it was an accident. Maybe it's the thing on the wardrobe, because it doesn't necessarily imply that the, like, again, the Russian people might not be able to read it. Let's try this. What point are you trying to make with that evidence? I'm starting to see cause Mr. Death really happened, I think. But you're starting to see nothing but sword, and that was the evidence to prove it. Good. The absence of something you would expect to find at the scene of an accident, or the presence of something you wouldn't. Most compendiously put, my dear madam. I see. I confess your languid ISC doesn't fill me with confidence, Mr. Naruto. Don't worry, I believe in you. Well, more than Mr. Shums does anyway. Oh, it is the mark on the floor. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So already have the satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw! What? That's really what happened. Then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that wastepaper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. said he died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Sogi's. Oh, you are wasting time. Someone else was there? Duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or... Oh, yes. And only other person in the cabin when young student, that was you! It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian! There's no way I could have left the message! Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wore the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor, in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen on the floor for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Sogi really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. A single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of this tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Seaman Stroganoff. Nina's woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on the ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being angel. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You said that when the young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You're a great detective, you should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me the killer can walk through those doors? Нет, it's impossible. He's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap in sides. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruto suggested it earlier, so... Citizen, how could you shift it on me like that? How are you throwing me under the bus like this? So, Miss Siemens-Stroganov has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruto, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? Open shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruto? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruto? Point out the telling sign of the method. It's the books, because they fall over. Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. And then when it isn't thrown into reverse, a violent juke goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe... Yes, that's what's known as the force of inertia acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book, at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over these books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop the ship made earlier. We'd come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Oh yes! That's it! When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved with the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force's inertia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Soki was killed... Esasbuya made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves toppled over and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? When we came into the cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Soki's cabin. Oh my! Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Boria made the emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside, used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you only to press the button in times of emergency? On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons all around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship? I will report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now. No, I'm sure they can be waited until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts in the cabin door slide closed. So, what we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not?
You're idiots! Bury a huge ship with many passengers. If you make an emergency stop, even in the middle of night, there will be chaos everywhere.
What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. I have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? The empty dot in the log. Seaman Stroganov, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right?
That is correct.
What? And the ship's log here, this would be where you record the details of your duties.
What are you doing with that? That is mine!
Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift burrow in the passage out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later.
I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always.
The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase nothing to report every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all.
Nothing recorded in a log?
That is... but, because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally just write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Gah. Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened. Here aboard the SS Burya. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Stop talking rubbish!
If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh? Why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anyone would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point.
Hello?
Hello?
What of the throbbing?
Sorry, what do you mean?
Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it.
Ah!
Oh, yes. I even had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today.
Nor have I! My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn.
Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected.
He's right. My head's been throbbing today, too. I'm trying to finish the case with him very quickly. Since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me?
Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you?
Oh yes, sorry.
Stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on?
Oh, well, Cosmo looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Cosmo wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant?
My dear fellow, does that not strike you?
Oh? Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken?
I do.
No, really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been
Tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it.
a sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea.
Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator.
What? Mr. Sholmes?
Well, Seaman? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would be hauled over the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade.
Please, no more. I will tell everything.
Eh?
I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore.
These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe.
Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me.
We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything. Her fame, the ballet, the Russia. We wanted to help arrange it. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night.
Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point.
No, we could not make all drug. How do you say? Dissolve?
Talk about heavy seasoning.
At midnight in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was held by comrade on shore with a small fishing boat. Well, all the passengers of the SS Burya slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained.
So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. That means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos.
Oh, I wouldn't say so.
What? Ah, of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins, after which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug.
Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night.
Ah, yes, that's true.
The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway, and not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the boat to the single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the hours of the morning.
And thus the truth is revealed.
You have thought a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity.
and someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... I don't know about any of this. I am just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories we don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Do you hear it? The accusatory cry of guilt on the wind? What's accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement then, but you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Trump? Also, I have to go to, talk about Raid. Which makes me sad, because I want to, finish this in one go. But, I'm close. I have to, What we're looking for is one trace of evidence that one of them was there when it happened. The ink! Seems Stroganoff, you seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform. Eh? Yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain? What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruto, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. The evidence that proves what that stain on the back of his uniform really is. Crime scene photograph. It's this photograph and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink? Or rather, unusual color of ink, purple. Ugh. Ah, the penny drops, at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. I didn't realize that from the shows. I think it had been dried and possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt. Alright, yes, it was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in that student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Broya do emergency stop and both cabin doors shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Beth, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel changed to me. She was wet like shit. Beth, please, you must help me. I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened there? Please, don't tell anyone. My little one. My little furry friend. Everything that happened in the cabin is like Angel. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Sogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. Yes, that is right. So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she found her son of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel?
door was not locked. So she opened to look, and you already know what happened after.
There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
What?
When you went to Mr. Sugi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why?
I already told you. When Nina opened the student's cabin and looked inside,
I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you.
is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Cosmo's death at last? Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Schultz? This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. Cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly in the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, these are the facts. There's one particular error in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. What do you mean unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well. Cosmo tripped and fell by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck. Which part of this photographic print seems unusual? Alright, if you really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist just doesn't seem quite right. Exact same thought occurred to me too. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. But here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You dead? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow?
Mr. Schultz, show us, please!
Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found.
Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle?
Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing.
I am not so sure. That crescent moon looks... It looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before.
Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key.
What?
The truth is now tantalizingly close.
Oh? How did that crescent moon come to be in Cosmo's clenched fist?
This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe! Find the answer with your own eyes!
Where did the crescent moon come from? Okay, so she has an earring on, as you can see. So if we look at her left ear, she has such petite ears among that beautiful hair, like little pink shells. Oh, what's that?
There's something dangling down from her ear.
Yes, that's an earring. Wait, look! It's a crescent moon!
Ah, you're right. There can be no doubt now, surely.
So if we look at her other ear, it's broken! Oh, I thought they were gonna comment on it. Oh, they were. Let me go back and read that.
There's something attached to her.
Ah, I expect that's what's called an earring. It's a little piece of jewelry.
It really is tiny.
Perhaps part of it is missing. Maybe it broke off. So now all that's left is the clasp part that attaches to the ear.
If that's the case, she doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken.
And this is it! Hi! Shatter the world.
Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear.
even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose.
Eh? What?
But looking at your other ear, I noticed a crescent moon.
Ah! I don't believe it!
We've got you now.
Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there is only one logical conclusion.
What that?
Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruto?
Yes. Hey!
Miss Pavlova, Mr. Soki must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Sogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell into your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Sogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments?
Oh no.
Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma?
When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And I was at last in this cabin, and I could relax after this horrible long day. Darko, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Darko would not come back. Dot dot dot. Chunk.
I don't know who this is. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, it's Cosmo. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. Oh wait, he's talking to her. I get it.
The young one from your country, he was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin.
Just a moment. Sorry, but...
Oh, yes?
I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before.
Huh?
Oh, of course, you're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina.
Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina?
Yeah, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment.
I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice.
I see. So you've run away.
Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone.
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
He's going to pull the cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I shouted, and then... Meow, kitty! Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And... as he turned around to look at me, I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And that's when you went to fetch help? From Simon Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and told on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Beef. If they find out, I will be. Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Coblin's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door? Yes. I went into cabin and I looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. I closed the wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Starterson started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged the young man's body to a good place and used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote, "Take a boat," so that the person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job by pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Duh. Accordingly, the SS Blade did indeed come to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt in the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Oh wait, sorry. What? Well, you said that you told Cadmus about the fact that you run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing here? Oh, it's just him saying Inspector again. He said an inspector was his friend. Oh, yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police know about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Sogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Cosmo, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give you your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was looking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There's one more deduction to make. What? Another one? Yes, what action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room.
I'm trying to give him like a little bit more of a different voice from my own. I might have to go back to using my own in like next case, but I've been told there were a lot. I remember there were a lot of characters there. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. The cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama? Yes, it's exactly how it was.
Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes. There's one thing I've learned today. It's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. I love this music so much. It makes me sad, but it's like such a good piece.
So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Cosmo looking at? The wardrobe. My wardrobe. I was in there at the time, of course, sleeping soundly. Too soundly.
If only I hadn't eaten that chicken that was laced with the sleeping drug. If only he'd woken me up.
Then maybe this tragedy would never have happened. Take this. Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Cosmo was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe.
The wardrobe?
And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly.
Miss Pavlova, please think back very carefully. What were Mr. Sogi's exact words last night?
Give me, I could use another opinion here.
Another opinion?
Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Sogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt.
Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Sogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had.
Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that.
I'm sorry. Really? I'm so sorry. What have I done? And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Gloria was finally laid to rest. Hello. 7:14 in the first class passageway. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now, then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration officer and sort all that out. Mr. Shones can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. And if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff? I wanted to help a ranger, no matter what. But didn't think about you. About how you lost your good friend. I will go with you. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Cosmo's death feels like such a waste. But... well... do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Alright, I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Well, Laura, is everything good? It looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun, then. To think that only days ago, Cosmo and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Susato-san? Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack. You know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over. Just like that. Susato-san. He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away. Just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. It was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. This is probably Nina. I wish that it was something I could say. Oh, it's also whoops. Inspector. My duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed. And caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. I'm free again now. Wait, huh? Hello, surprise, Mr. Naruto. What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think she'll always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them. For all time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway after all. He thinks this is funny? Mr. Sholmes, we do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. I know it's a little late. May I offer my sincere condolences? The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you'll be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Hosogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me, but poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes? Mr. Zato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruto. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruto? Yes, I have a month in which to study. To learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruto? That's ridiculous. Are you so serious that you think anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma, he said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious?
One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable.
No, it's madness. This is madness.
It's fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination. I don't know why, but doing his voice makes me lightheaded. It's kind of weird. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character. And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? Said if I do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here.
Oh, thank you, Inspector.
If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, babes.
Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruto? Yeah, I'm gonna try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer?
I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant, after all. Thank you.
And, Mr. Naruto, I'd like you to take charge of this.
What? Me? Are you sure?
I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations. Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it. Always.
So then, Mrs. Otto, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. Great big book of everything. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need.
Also, I don't wear like a full kimono in my day-to-day life, but I do wear like a kimono style like overcoat that has the same sort of sleeves as this, but is less formal and easier to put on. Just because like a full kimono every day would be like too much formality, and I would stand out even more than I do with all of my like kimono overwear stuff. But having sleeve pockets is so amazing. It's like super, super useful. Like I can put my car keys in there, sometimes I can even put my phone in there, it's amazing. And I can confirm that you would be able to fit a book that is narrow but thick would go in there. Before we continue, I have an earnest favor to ask of you two. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground 3 times. Yes, I also had snacks in there, Laura. It's very, very convenient. What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were just in shock. You just found out about me stowing away. The cabin door was locked from the inside. No! I won't let you make excuses for me! Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times! That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it?
Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life.
Very wise, Mr. Naruto. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confessed I was most impressed.
And Valoria? She's a masochist. No, I insist. Please, hurl me to the ground and step on me.
When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling.
Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique.
Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your resting throw.
Yes, I'd be honored.
Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam.
Oh, of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruto?
Sorry?
Hiya! As you can see, you throw from the abdomen.
Oh yes, arresting indeed, and that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it?
Actually, no. That was a Susato squash.
And yeah, he does remind me of an artificer. Especially the goggles with like the engineering stuff built in. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Cosmo flickered into my mind. Karma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Isoe clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than just a little irregular, surely. I love the way he sheathes it. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. That might actually be the last thing that they ever said to each other. Kind of sad if you think about it. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. The case of the Speckled band complete.